so soon after I left. Just kidding. It's been a whole day. And it's pretty late. But I find the later the better around here. So, a few things this evening. As expected, we're doing Demon Oracle, Halloween Oracle, and Cosmic Deck of Initiation. And that's because it's Halloween. Spooky season, it's now Halloween. And that's how I like to celebrate. I celebrate all month, and I celebrate with my people, etc. So, tonight, I'm going to start with these two because they got left out of the deck, which we'll go into detail about. Then we're going to do a overall demon reading. Can be tied to karmic lessons or your career and finances, but in this scenario of Halloween, it can apply to anything in life or whatever you're thinking about. And then we will do our Halloween Oracle reading. Tonight's headliners being Curtis Mayfield and Mac Miller. Funny how it came up, but I suppose I can explain that later. And then we will close out with the angels, just for good balance, good measure, and get some words of inspiration before we call it quits. So, that being said, I'm trying to figure out if I have this minute-long delay situation, so let me get that figured out, and we'll get right to it. Okay. Let's hope our delay is gone. More so. We went from like 13 seconds to 3 seconds, so we'll take it. Okay, back to the reading. The past couple days I've been using the Halloween Oracle, obviously, because we're on day 3 of Halloween. And at some point I did drop a few cards, and I thought I picked them all up. Because I guess I thought I only dropped one. Hi. Yeah, I did hear, I don't know if you like, in the airplane over the say thank you. It was Curtis Mayfield's choice. someone was watching. I guess you're my second view. Somebody during this break, I was thinking about that Jeff Mangum album, Neutral Milk Hotel, in the airplane over the sea. Come to me, soft and sweet, and hold me close for anything at all. Can you tell I don't know it? Saw Jeff Mangum once, really glad. And then I was like, shit, is he dead? Is that why I'm thinking about this? And it's like, no. And it's like, oh my god, but Anne Frank is. Should she be on the list? Or is that weird because she died a minor? I keep thinking about her though, right? Maybe we should try it. I booted Lou Reed off my list today because earlier I had this thought, oh, okay, relax. I don't even know what I'm doing. And so far it doesn't even really pay off, so chill. You don't even sub. What the fuck does it matter to you? Anyways, Lou Reed, I had this thought earlier, oh, he didn't make the cut, he didn't make my list. And then I looked at my list and he did, and so I always want people to submit to me. I immediately swapped him out for Freddie Mercury because it was like the third time I thought about Freddie Mercury. I was like, he must be willing to talk. So, rearranging a few things. I'm looking at the list. I'm wondering if maybe we do add Anne Frank. Jeff Mangum's still alive, so it's not him. You know what I mean? I would probably be willing to sacrifice Alex Trebek. He sounds like a total fucking nerd. Seems weird, so probably not. I charge like $10 a kiss even at a kissing booth. So the thing is, like, after Twitch's cut, you'd have to do that $25 sub to afford a singular kiss from me, to be honest. So yeah, debating on that. The list is evolving, though. It looks a lot different than it did when I wrote it down, and it feels good. And also, I was, like, pairing off conversations on here for the sake of Halloween days. And when I was thinking about Richard Pryor, the name Agatha Christie popped up, and I'm like, what the fuck is that? And, or who the fuck is that, rather? Apparently it's some author, can't even remember. She writes like thrillers, sexy thriller novels or something. She is deceased, so I guess I put her on the list also. So it's going to be a little more complicated than straightforward this coming month, that's for sure. I'm wearing lipstick. So, the cards that were left out of the deck over the course of the last 2 days was Night Song, Hidden Talents, and Joy, Rejoicing in the Present. Okay. Night Song I really especially like because cardinals represent, getting a message from a loved one, at least in Catholicism, but I feel like that's a pretty commonly held belief. It almost feels like pretty American even. I don't know anybody who's never associated red cardinals with a message from their loved one. So there's that. Which I would say, if you're not sure what your hidden talent is, then look to what your family or your bloodline does, or even your ancestors if you've become unattached from your ethnic culture. Okay. And then joy, rejoicing in the present, is just like, for as much as this is a time of confusion, and as much as this has been a bit of I would even go as far as to call it a tumultuous summer. I'm quite open about the fact that I didn't totally love this summer because I am quite the very much a summer person. And this summer was just subpar in so many ways. I did a lot of things I've never done before, so that was great. That was absolutely the point of it. But I'm looking forward to this fall as is and is becoming, and winter to follow will be what it needs to be, and maybe even better than before. Okay. Rejoice, for even if things are unclear, they are clearly there. Okay, cool. So we're going to talk in riddles. Who the fuck is that? The Joker? Anyway, we're going to come back to the Halloween Oracle. I just wanted to do those 2 cards because they were out of the deck and sitting on my altar for the past couple days. And now I'm going to do the general demon reading, which once again can be attributed to karmic connections, your greater finances or otherwise career choices, or you can apply it to whatever you're thinking about in the moment, whatever you want it to be about in your heart of hearts, whatever it is. The demons are free to speak this month. I'm always going to say no to false air, by the way. And hello, dankness. Is it okay that I call you that? Fuck. I did the Tesla reading yesterday. Aren't you the one who requested Tesla? Not you. I'm talking to Dink. Seems like a lot, but I guess we've been doing that with this deck lately, so I guess we'll stop. It's interesting how I will see some of the repeating cards, but then, like, how many new ones seem to appear on us also. Oh. Who the fuck? Maybe it was the potato. Alright, well, Carrie Fisher's probably not going to be until who knows when. I just ask at the end of the night who wants to be tomorrow. That's how, like, I knew last night Curtis Mayfield was the first person to pop in my head. But then while I was thinking about it today, Mac Miller was like, would love the chance to talk to Curtis Mayfield. You wrote our names next to each other. Do you think we can make that happen? So I decided to do both of them tonight because either I'm going to have a surplus of people who end up talking or I'm going to skip days. So either way, you know what I mean. We're going to double up tonight and hopefully most nights. And I was thinking Carrie Fisher would go whenever Robin Williams was going to go. But, like, I don't know if there's really that much of a crossover or a necessary conversation other than I was noticing, like, Robin Williams beloved by all and Carrie Fisher seen as maybe more wild than beloved in a sense. So there could be an interesting time there. And the Betty White, it's weird. People requesting actors was weird to me because I can understand talking to musicians for some reason, but actors were a little beyond me. But Betty White especially seemed kind of like a boring one to talk to, and she kind of agreed and said that she'd rather talk to Joan Rivers. And then I was like, ooh, I could put Joan Rivers on the list instead, and Joan Rivers was like, better if both of us did it. So, like, super cute energy. I like how, like, when I'm looking at the list, they, like, draft it for me. And I think it's going to be a really cool lineup. Yeah, so I also consider that. Why does no one ever go all the way back? The only philosopher on my list pretty much is Jesus. Because I'm like, well, if I've been praying to him, and he taught me necromancy, so, like, it's about time I put him on the list. But I'm going to have him talk to Ram Dass, who also maybe is a philosopher, but we're thinking more Socrates, Aristotle, right? That would be so fucking cool. Nobody requested it. I guess the list is adaptable, to say the least. And I'm doubling up. I'll even triple up. I think there will be nights where I take a couple days off, and then maybe 5 in a row or something. We'll take impromptu, whatever. We'll just see how it goes, okay? I'm open to whatever. If you think of somebody, holler. But this part of the night, we're just doing a quick demon reading. And as mentioned, I'm going to say that there is not even a box to think out of, just the mind, right? We are at odds, a bit at odds. So the demon oracle that I use is restricted to work and finance related readings or karmic connection insight all year round, because I know that demons are not the most popular and it freaks people out. I respect it. I grew up, listen, I'm used to it, okay? So that's fine. But during the month of Halloween, they're allowed to talk about whatever they want. So if you're more comfortable staying in their lane of what they're permitted to year round, then think about karmic situations in your life, think about work, think about money. But if you're a little more open to it, it's okay to let your mind wander. Think about your love life, think about your friendships, think about your family, think about, in general, what you need to hear, okay, as we go through this, because technically they are allowed to speak on whatever they want to. So I think it'll be kind of obvious for you. But if you're more comfortable imagining that these are your karmics or anything laborious as you'd relate to hell, you may. That being said, we're going to get started. Okay, so top of the deck, Adramelech. That's pretty much a great way to start, I'm not even going to lie. Adramelech being on the top, he's very much a showman, but he does get the party started. I think if any demon had Aries energy, it'd probably be Adramelech. And he's not even the first on the list, you know. Shut up. You're a Pisces, right? You'll get called out plenty because there are Pisces in my lives that need to be called out. So, you know, you get an earful on this channel. You always do. You always do. You're a good sport for coming back, Dink. Okay. Beware of judging by appearances, especially those who dress to impress but have no substance behind their style. So make sure it's not all fun and games and all for show, and make sure that when they're off stage, they still know who the fuck they are. That it's you or them. If you put a Gucci belt on depression, you look a lot like America, right? Yikes, man. Not really the look we're going for, okay? Balenciaga is trying to sell used clothing, like, for thousands of dollars. Just, we gotta stop. Stop with that energy, right? Cacrinola is bottom of the deck. So, underneath it all, Cacrinolas is about learning information about people and not using it against them. So, yeah. And oh my goodness, Sarah Paulson in the building, starting live today while I'm conscious. Usually I pass out for that initial, for the premiere of the new mixtape every month. But today it was like, you are wide awake and you are in this and you are going to feel it the fuck out. And let me tell you, I fucking hate it. So if you notice me getting worked up, it's because there is a war, and that war is inside my uterus. And it moves throughout my entire body and takes over my life consistently every 21 days. Focus on learning the secrets of others, but beware of using that knowledge to harm others. See, I'm admitting something about myself to allow a safer, more open, comfortable, trusting space. And some people will just use that information to try to trigger me when they obsessively start tracking my calendar and do other weird things to try to become me, as has been the conversation in the last 2 days. Okay. That was kind of an inside joke, wasn't it? All right, so where do we start? I'm seeing, like, we've got this descending stairs of demons here. Although I feel like whatever's on top is what I usually read first. So it's kind of ascending, but I laid them out descending, and it's almost as if to say, the ending was written already. Okay. I'm about to roll a commercial in a second anyway, too, which is so funny. I try to just keep it to every 20 minutes, though, and not get off track from that. So me putting that last demon up there first, and them descending down, but this bottom one being on top, and being on top meaning I read it first. To me, or for me, I see that as ascending, okay? We're on this path of this inevitable destiny, this inevitable road, this inevitable height, peak, top, whatever it is that you want to call it. We're going there. And we know the end goal, we know the final step, but first we have to go from 1, 2, 3, 4 until we get to 5, even if we already know 5, even if we know what 5 is, okay? So now that you're back, I will do a BRB before we crack in. So it's a staircase. We may know what's at the top of the stairs, but we still have to take each step up there. Next to the staircase, we've got a line. Okay, so there is 5 of these cards, so I'm guessing that each one syncs up with a stair. Now the last one's in reverse, and I kicked it up just now, so I'm guessing that it goes in order 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But I think I will know more when I figure this out. So I've got 2 sets of cards that are doing these kind of opposite directional setups. 2 face down, 2 face up. Okay. So what I'm seeing here is for our ascending staircase, we've got these 2 cards going in opposite directions, moving away from us or hidden from us. And over here on our route, on our road, the journey, the flat, the path, right? Not the steps, but the path. We've got 2 cards at odds, right? Face up, that we are aware of. Okay. And I think the best way for me to read this is to go step by step while also reading, each milestone of the path. Because like I said, it's both 5, so it's pretty obvious what they're trying to say here. Okay. But I guess I'll start with these 2 at odds. We have Pickleus and we have Fur, right? So key notes, the reminder that the way you're dressed. What message, dude? Can you just seriously get with the program or leave? Because if you're just going to be disruptive, this is ultimately a tarot channel. I know it can be a lot of fun sometimes. But it's just like, what do you want? I'm clearly doing something. What do you want? It's okay. Get lost in it. I don't know what the fuck message you're talking about, nor do I know what it means to elevate a message. I'm pretty sure I handled everything with grace. Okay, so remember, dressing to impress really means nothing. And try to just be kind when people think they can trust you. Let them. Jesus fuck. That is such a weird thing to have to forcibly conceptualize for people, is to be trustworthy. Holy shit, how is that not your, instead of thinking, ooh, I might be able to use this later, I should remember this, it could just be, oh, this person is being very vulnerable, they must really trust me, and I want to live up to that. So Pickleus on one hand is saying, beware of long-standing or family feuds, of allowing old resentments to linger past the time when anyone remembers what started the dispute. Okay. But Fur. Oh, God. Fur is focus on enduring love and passion. Beware of strong emotions becoming destructive. So here's the thing. On one hand, you may want to ease up and let go of some old grudges and realize that these are people you love, this is your family, etc. But you also gotta be aware that the reason you separated or held the grudge in the first place is still there. Okay? Just because somebody looks the part doesn't mean they're gonna play the part, right? That's the whole point. We're going to reveal these other cards once we get to the top of the stairs. So first we have the first step is Azazel. Okay. Got Azazel. Beware of looking for someone to blame in situations in which no one person is responsible. Focus on fairness and offering equal praise for success as blame for mistakes. Okay. So, that's what it is, you know what I mean? It's like, what are you gonna do? The thing is, if there's no one person to blame, that means you also can't take all the blame for things, right? So, as you go through these 5 steps, I didn't even realize you were not back yet. Hey. These are actually pretty much the first cards that I'm doing. As Azelle saying, beware of looking for someone to blame in situations in which no one person is responsible. Focus on fairness and offering equal praise for success as blame for mistakes. So just know that just because it's not all someone else's fault doesn't mean that it's all your fault either. It's sometimes everybody's fault, or things happen without us being conscious of it, realizing it, or coming to truth quick enough. Yes, I am on my period. How did you know? I know what you meant by that, but I just took the opportunity because I'm a little bit miserable, but not really. I'm feeling very in the zone, but also uncomfortable, and that's like the give and take because it's necromancy. And if I'm fucking live bleeding, then it's like I edge of death. You know what I mean? And my powers. You should have seen some of the stuff I was saying in like the psychic Reddit threads today. I'm like, the difference between a goblin-esque creature and an actual demonic creature. And it's like, where am I even getting this information other than like, it's flowing through me. I don't need to sit and be ready and have the cards. Like, there's just some stuff, you know? It's crazy. So, yeah, there's no one to blame for these things. It's just sometimes we wake up in realities that we failed to see, agree to, recognize, or build ourselves, and then try to kind of take matters into our own hands as to get it back. And I think that's really what's happening right now. So next we got, to pair with that, our milestone, after we take this major step of realizing it's no one's fault, the first milestone is a Gary's. Focus on direction and guidance, bringing allies and helpful items closer and pushing enemies and destructive influences away. So as soon as we can realize not one single person was at fault for what happened is when we can start bringing the gang back together, okay? You'll start to see who's meant to be there and who isn't. You'll see who was trying to point fingers and make every one person to blame and who wasn't, right? Whoever can work in tandem once more was probably never the problem to begin with, okay? It was nobody's fault. Let's move forward. Boom. Second step. Voile. I don't know why he wants me to yell his name like that. It's probably sexual or something. These fucking horny demons. It's Halloween time. Focus on resolving differences with enemies, finding common ground and friendship. So there might be people who don't necessarily fall into either one of those categories of being cooperative or having had good intentions in the first place. You still might have to deal with them. They still might be accepted by other people. Then you've got to figure it out, work around it, do the best you can to be cordial, professional, whatever you got to call it, civil even. You're going to have to face it, overcome it, deal with it. If there's going to be that, then there it is, right? And paired with that, the milestone, that is represented by Ronovo. No, that's not really his name. Renove. It's like kind of like this weird British Renove. That's how he's saying it. I don't like the way it feels. Renove. Okay, focus on persuasive arguments and intelligent debate. So the milestone is learning how to have fun with your enemies, learning how to have fun with the people that disagree with you, realizing that instead of hating each other for your different beliefs, you could actually have some discourse and exercise your minds together in a sense and be at odds for the sake of education, learning, growth, development, communication, etc. And it could actually be such an asset to your life. And once you accept your enemies in your circle, then you can actually appreciate them for who they are. Cool. Next step, we have tap. Wrong way. I do know the fucking alphabet, but sometimes I gotta sing the song. Who doesn't? Tap. Hey. Focus on travel and expanding your Step 3. Focus on travel and expanding your horizons. Explore new cultures and gain knowledge. Duh. Pretty self-explanatory. Stop letting the world scare you into being held back and realize that you're stronger than anything they can throw at you, and go cautiously, carefully, and conscientiously into the world. And should you not want to travel, then okay, that's fine. Maybe you're sensing a bit of agoraphobia, and that's okay too. Maybe we can work on that someday. Now it's not really the day. That doesn't mean you can't immerse yourself in other cultures by either reading about, um, seeing things from, watching foreign films, eating at ethnic restaurants that you have yet to try from, watching documentaries or just, fact videos about different places where you can still learn about people's cultures without leaving the home because we have things like encyclopedias and, oh, yes, the internet. So that's cool. That's very cool. All right, so with this step of leaving, right? Because you're not there yet anyway. Oh, that's great. I love that. Yeah. It's a step towards you actually traveling and getting out the house, I think, is the point, This is a big step. It's coming. You got to get through the other steps first and realize that even your enemies can help you. X-Files really shined a light for me on that one. Because some people think that some of the best people in their lives are their enemies, and they never were. So, tap. And now we got the milestone of brooms. When you finally do get out the house, focus on home and hearth cleansing and purification. You leave, you come back, it's even better. Or you realize what you really want in a home because you see what the world has to offer instead of only knowing your own space, place, etc., energy even. So these are all really pairing up really nicely. I really do appreciate this. Step 4 came. That's just ambient music. Step 4 is fucking relax, baby. Hit the cash machine, brethren. Smiley face. Okay. Niche stoner madness. Damn, laptop is fucking dying, but good thing I just gotta plug this back in. The Venga bus is coming and everybody's jumping. New York to San Francisco, they need to see me disco. That was us still not turning, the traffic lights are burning. So if you like to party, get on and move your body. Alright, focus on listening to ambient sounds for calm, relaxation, inspiration. That song is such a vibe. I want like a 3-hour-long loop of that fucking song. Yeah, so focus on listening to ambient sounds for calm. It's saying relax, slow down, meditate, remember to rest. Once all the work is done, you come home, you rest, okay? Even if you travel somewhere, I don't, maybe here, is that like another Venga Boy song? Maybe it's just the daily routine, even if you listen to this reading. It's leaving for the day, coming home, and focusing on the home, and fitting in time to relax. So what comes with the milestone of finally adding meditation into your schedule? Malik. Beware of stern punishment and unyielding strictness. Too much of anything can be detriment, right? So even when you're starting to get into like, oh, I'm relaxing, I'm meditating, I'm focusing on ambient sounds and getting to a place, don't overdo it, okay? Don't remember to take days off and just be a normal person or get a little fucked up if you need to. And missing a meditation is not some terrible ritualistic thing that you've broken just because you missed a day of yoga or something. Like, you gotta be, beware of that kind of strictness, okay? So the 5th and final step is Malcolm. And as much as I love Malcolm, I recall his message being, oh, no, okay. It's not bad. It's not what I thought it was. Focus on budgeting and frugality. 5th step. Once you got it, right? What did Dre say? I don't know if this is a true story that Kendrick Lamar put in his song, but he said that, sup, this is Dre, Remember, anybody can get it. The hard part is keeping it, motherfucker. What you want? You a house, you a car, 40 acres, and a piano, and a mule, and a dog. You can have anything, Uncle Sam, whatever, on a log. So, etc. Right? Don't go wasting it. Don't go spending it all. So with that milestone of being able to budget what you have, we have Malthus in reverse. Malthus in reverse. I don't remember what Malthus is about. Focus on physical or metaphorical structure, creating strong foundations or finding weaknesses and seemingly indestructible barriers. with the proper budgeting, the proper financing and resourcing, you kind of build a very strong foundation where you can't, I mean, there is no perceivable weakness to it. You've actually created something very beautiful here. And you've clearly learned your karmic lessons at this point if these are the messages that are coming through. And I think it's really been amazing. So we're going to see what else is at odds here. The last two demon cards we've got, and they're in different directions. One's in reverse, one's upright. What are they? We've got Barivra in the reverse and Habarim in the upright. So Barivra has come up in the past couple days, but it keeps flip-flopping from upright to reverse, upright to reverse. I think I've gotten them every day. That being said, I don't even really remember what Barivra is about, so let's just look that up real quick. We've got Barivra. Beware of allowing fear to overcome logic. Focus on gaining logic to... I'm sorry. Beware of allowing fear to overcome logic. Focus on gaining knowledge to conquer fears instead of trying to destroy things we don't understand. There could be an air of destruction where these things are way better than you maybe even know they are or think they are. But there is this air of like, for some reason you still don't trust it. And like, it's reasonable. Because sometimes if we don't have it in 3D and we see it in 5D, it can feel like we're losing our minds and are totally crazy. This has happened to me several times. Okay? I still question it. I still have patience and I am removing doubt, but it's very difficult because it's like at the end of the day, there's no reason I should think that my opinion or my gift is stronger than anyone else's, right? But it's the opposite end of things. We have Habarim. And Habarim says, beware of sharp wit and cunning becoming a destructive force if not tempered with consideration. And I just said there might be some destructiveness where it's like if you are either going to destroy it or you're going to talk shit about it in a sense. That's not really great. So, okay, so here's the thing. Let this be a warning. Let this be a reminder, a lesson, whatever you want to call it. Ooh, got a few more, okay? We will do a few more. How did this happen? Okay. Let this be like a lesson or a reminder that... How do I say? What was that? Oh my God. Was it the Halloween Oracle? Oh, it wasn't, but now it was. All right. Can we all relax, please? Halloween Oracle's getting a little impatient. With my shenanigans with these demons, kind of pissed about how many cards are on the table right now. That's okay. I think we're going to do them anyway because how often do they really get to do this? Hardly ever. Okay? And look, Barivra back in the upright at the bottom of the deck and Adramel is still at the top. So, what is it? We've got 3 more here and 3 more here. Okay? So, we'll get a little bit more clarity on whatever it is you were thinking about, and then we'll move on from the demon deck. All right? Damn, I feel like I was saying something. Because the face down cards were about to... Okay, so you make it through all these steps. You finally achieve what you were looking to get. You get to the top. You get to the level you want to be at. You pass all the tests. You make all the milestones or hit the marks. But then at the end of the day, somehow you still either don't trust it and try to destroy it, or it destroys itself and you talk your way out of it. So I think it's like at the end of the day, no matter how far you've come, always remember where your demons are and what they're made of. Okay? That's like the advice. We're going to roll this commercial break, read these last 6 demon cards, and then switch over to the Halloween Oracle. So thanks for tuning in, and I will be back in 60 seconds. Okay. I'm back. So part of the reason I wanted to do this is because they very obviously came out really quickly when I was shuffling, but most of them are face down. So I have a line of 3, Abigor, Ukabak, and 1 face down card, all in the upright here. And next to it, I have 2 cards next to each other face down, and 1 card below it face down and on its side. So when the cards, obviously, when they're face down, things need to come to surface, things need to be brought to our attention. When they're on the side, though, they can go either way. They can go in the upright, they can go in the verse. It can be with or without. You gotta find out. See what's weighing on that option. So I'm gonna start, obviously I'm going in order, and I'm gonna start with the face-up cards. We've been over Edremilich. What's the bottom of the deck? Beriva. We've already been over that. I literally do not remember once again. I'm not gonna go back and read it, though. We've, like, talked it to death, I think. So we're starting with Abigor. Abigor is first in the deck, actually, because it's just alphabetical, you know. Focus on fostering loyalty and building teamwork skills. So that's the thing. There is this emphasis on putting trust in people, even if they're not the people that you like, and learning how to work with people that are the enemy or perceivable enemy. Okay, and learning what it means to be a team and how every dynamic is important, right? So working together, opening up more, being as trustworthy as you want people to be, but learning to trust people more and therefore become more trustworthy. Okay. Next we've got Ukabak. Okay, Ukabak. Beware of taking workers for granted. This is long, but I think it's worth it. And it's especially if you own a business, run a business, management, anything like that. It's on you. When you go into public, how are you acting? Okay, you can be cool on this channel, but if you go and take all that aggression out on a stranger just because you think it's their job to listen to you for some reason. Therapists make like $300 an hour. Your local retail worker makes about $13 an hour. Think about who you're going to scream at. Okay, just keep that in mind next time you go out in the public. Beware of taking workers for granted. Non-management workers in retail, construction, service, and other industries may sometimes seem invisible, but those individuals are essential to a smoothly running society. Closer to home, take care to appreciate those individuals working under your leadership. If you gotta give it back and give it up to the kids for doing their chores a little more, then so be it. Okay? But whatever it is, yeah, you got to make sure that you are giving what you get and appreciating everyone a part of your team effort. Okay, so what needs to be revealed to us here? Who is this? A Gary's? A Gary's! Okay. Focus on direction and guidance, bringing allies and helpful items closer and pushing enemies and destructive influences away. I think that was the first card we got last time, is going back to square one and constantly reminding yourself and knowing that even when you complete a lesson, you're still cycling through a spiral, right? It's all meant to come back to a certain point, and the lessons are quicker and easier as you get closer to the point, but just know that the point will still be there and the loops will still come. So focus on direction and guidance, bringing allies and helpful items closer and pushing enemies and destructive influences away. We love that. We love Gary's. Okay, so now we've got these face down cards. So like I said, we've got 2 facing each other and 1 on its side face down. So let's reveal. Okay. Came again? No, Pickles and Furfur? Flaco? Furfur. Pickles and Furfur, they came up together last time too. But they were at odds with one another, and now they're upright facing each other. So at the end of the day, whatever your predicament was from the first part of this reading, you'll realize is actually like, how to say, like, working together. Sorry, I was thinking ahead to the Halloween Oracle. These are definitely the last 3 achievement cards we're pulling. So now that they are no longer at odds, they're working together. So let's see what Pickles is again. Beware of long-standing family feuds or allowing old resentments to linger past the time when anyone remembers what the dispute was. And Furfur is focus on enduring love and passion. Beware of strong emotions becoming destructive. So when you let go, make sure you've truly moved on, truly forgiven, even if you have not forgotten. So what is influencing this? Who is that? I don't know if I recognize that. Azazel. Azazel on its side all of a sudden. We started with Azazel in the upright. That was step one. So now we're going back on that in some way. Rethinking that decision. Beware of looking for someone to blame in situations when no one person is responsible. Focus on fairness and offering equal place for successes to blame as for mistakes. Okay, so this one encompasses kind of both directions, right? So if Azazel's on the side, then ultimately you're deciding to let go of your grudges, not only because no one is particularly at fault for any one thing in particular. I don't know if I really said that correctly. But it's almost like just letting go of the idea that anyone needed to be at blame or responsible for it anyways, okay? So I'm feeling it in my head tonight. I feel like we're going to get a really good conversation, very much like when we did Dr. Hunter S. Thompson and Ken Kesey in the same night. That was pretty awesome. So, okay, Bayo, I need to stop the demons. They get going and they don't want to leave. But I like to shuffle before I put them away. So if I get one lone card, it's like, fine, I guess I could read Bale's message one more time. Especially because if we've already gotten Bale and somebody specifically said, extra messages, call me out. I'm calling you out that we need Bale again. Can't remember what it is, but we're about to find out. Beware of status symbols, names, ranks, or possessions. Be sure that person behind the title is worthy esteem. Just because they wear designer clothes does not mean they make a lot of money. Remember that. Just because they drive a fancy car does not mean they know how to take care of it. Right? And just because they are a rock star doesn't mean they're gonna be good in bed. Okay? Just saying. Love y'all. That was the demons. Alright? Yeah, they're good. Okay, let's get these fuckers to bed. Good night. Thank you all. It's been lovely to hang with you. Good night, babies. I'll see you tomorrow. All right. So, before I crack into this, I feel like I don't know if it's like an actual migraine that I'm getting or if it's just channel messages coming through. Either way, I'm going to take a minute and probably eat something before I get too deep into this. So I'm going to roll an ad, but I'll probably be a few minutes. I will be back because I'm learning to sustain myself when I'm feeling weak and don't even want to work. Okay, perfect. So we'll reconvene soon. 10, 20, who knows how long. I am not going to end the stream, so I'll probably update the chat with where I'm at and how long I'll be. And when I come back, we will be doing the Halloween Oracle, Curtis Mayfield and Mac Miller. And I am going to be rolling a joint, so even if I come back before you, we'll have a little time. So, oh yeah. All right. Talk to y'all soon. Getting ready. Okay. Oh my god. I need to take my hair back down, don't I? It's okay if I look like a boy sometimes. I don't even mind it. Fuck it. Alright, so I am going to start with the outfit. That's so funny you would ask, or somebody actually said they liked it. So I was getting dressed today, got up. I showered pretty late last night, so I'm like, if it hasn't quite been 24 hours, I'll skip it. So I'm gonna wear these overalls that I wore for a couple hours last week and then changed into something else to go to a baseball game. Okay, giving a little too much detail. Yes and no. So I was like, what do I wear under it? I need a long sleeve shirt. I'm gonna wear my ramen shirt. Okay, spicy fucking ramen. And I'm like, huh. Supposed to be doing a Curtis Mayfield reading tonight. This is what I'm wearing. I'll have to change before I stream. And it kind of felt like he was like, no. This was my choice. Like, this is what I would like you to wear. Laid back, kick back, working class. There was an emphasis on the working class. So I thought that was interesting. And my hair was up all morning, right? And I was trying to make sure it looked okay down, which I think it did for the first part of the reading. But I put it up while I was eating and then left it up because I think that was part of the request earlier, was keep my hair like it was and wear not this sweatshirt, but just the plain shirt underneath it. It looked real, but I was chilly, so I added this. And then when I added Mac Miller to the evening agenda, they both definitely were digging the outfit. And Max said he preferred the sweatshirt even, because, yes, who wouldn't? But they both requested no makeup, and I was like, y'all, I cannot look like a little boy and wear no makeup. I tried. I was getting set up, and I was flipping through every fucking shade, color, mode of light that I have on this fucking ring. And they all looked terrible with my raw face. Like, I get that I'm very good looking. I really don't need makeup, but there is something about being on camera where, nah, I need a smidgen of makeup. So I just did my eyebrows and my mascara and some glitter and a little bit of color on my lips. Avoided everything else, but it would be dishonest to pretend like I'm not wearing makeup, even though it was a request of mine. So the other thing that I've been doing for this month is asking, what would y'all's request be for the reading? And John Lennon picked a drink, but I'm drinking it on his birthday because I didn't want to drink that night. Nikola Tesla picked a porter out of a jug, right? And so I was like, oh shit, Curtis, last minute, what's your request? And he said, just make sure you're smoking a big old jazzy cigarette. So, and Mac said, he'd prefer a blunt, but he also asked to be a part of Curtis Mayfield's reading, so he will also enjoy such jazz for cigarettes. Okay? So that's where we're at. I'm going to roll this up for them. And hopefully we're going to talk about a lot of things. Let's see how that goes. It was really interesting for me as a reader of the psychedelic movement. I'm sorry, I meant writer, but also a reader. Psychedelic meaning, of course, beautiful mind movement. And talking to other writers of other great psychedelic movements was incredible in more ways than one. So many ways, right? Incredible that I can even do this at all, let alone with people like that who were a younger version of mine's idols, in a sense. So, pretty amazing. Curtis Mayfield, I don't know much by him, I'll be honest. Don't know much about his life. Pretty sure his birthday is May 21st, something. I want to say 68 for some reason, but he died in 1999. But I think he was older, so it must have been 48, not 68. Because he was a bit older when he passed, I do believe. And Mac Miller passed when he was about 26. That was back in 2018. He had just released his album Swimming. He was a Capricorn from I want to say Philadelphia. I feel like he's from Philly. I don't know. I have no idea. So, yeah. That's pretty much what I know of either of them. Some of their music. And I think they're both icons in their own way, in their own regions, if you will. And that's cool. Grinder is getting sticky, fam. Need to clean her properly. Can't remember where Curtis Mayfield's from. I'm here in Washington, but Kentucky? Washington, Kentucky? I don't know if that's a place. Getting into it already, I guess. I'm still trying to roll this damn JS cigarette. This sticky ass grinder. You push me. Hi, you're back. Me too. I've just been kind of talking about Curtis Mayfield and Mac Miller and how I don't really know much about them. Nothing. I'm trying to roll a joint, and then I'm going to get into the Halloween Oracle reading. Yeah. Talking about just my processes and how they both kind of agreed in the request of a joint. Sweet, yeah. It is sweet. Still grinding up this weed, though, because my grinder's a little sticky. Grinder is a little sticky. So. Yeah. I'm looking forward to it, though, this reading. I'm interested because really it's like in the metaphysical sense, it's possible that Curtis Mayfield like knows about Mac Miller, but I think part of the reason he jumped on the opportunity to say, hey, if I'm going to talk to you and you're going to talk to him, can we talk to each other also? Makes sense because, you know, Mac Miller was younger than me even. So if Curtis Mayfield died in 1999, he really has no conceptual idea of who Mac Miller is unless, of course, he watched over and paid attention to his music, which 100% doubt, not just doubt, but like in my soul, I know Curtis Mayfield did not do. Busy man, you know what I mean? It's like, what are you gonna do? So, still not done grinding this motherfucking weed. I gotta clean my grinders real soon. I'm always afraid though, like when stuff has decals on it. I have something that works really well for weed resin. And all that sticky fucking keefiness that just accumulates over everything that has weed on it. The crystals, if you will. Yeah, I'm always worried that the stuff that I use to get that shit is gonna take off the decals of the things I have with decals on it, like my grinder and my weed tray. So I really want to clean them, but I'm afraid to. Guess I could just try a soap. Then it's like, what, I gotta empty my keef catch too? What a day. Just kidding, I've used most of it anyways. It's so funny, we all used to call me a human grinder. Because, like, I don't know, when weed was illegal, it was like, do you risk carrying around a grinder if some stoner will, like, break up the weed for you? I used to be very meticulous about it. I don't even know how. The only time I couldn't is if it was, like, uncured too sticky of weed. And even then, we found a way somehow. Nowadays, I'll take a grinder. Yeah, I feel that. I miss making my own edibles, honestly. That shit was dank as fuck. It was a great summer. But alas, it's been a long time since I've even eaten an edible. Yeah, I love them. Love them, love them. I like weed in pretty much all its forms, you know? That's just who I am as a person, I suppose. Love them. Man, do you think it's just because, like, it's been Sunday and Monday that my stream is so slow this week, or do you think people just hate me? I'm kidding. That's the PMDD most likely talking about hating me. It's always randomly slow on my channel, and I embrace that. I know that, and I'm blessed and grateful to have anybody here. And I feel like it says a lot that, like, perhaps not everyone is interested in the necromancy as much as I am. But some are here. It is just Monday. I know. I don't know why I'm tripping. Some people are just here for it, you know? Here for me, even. Not just the reading, I guess is what I really meant by that. All that weed that I just had to grind up so, like, painstakingly really seems like it wasn't that much weed at all. But hopefully I still will join out of it. And we'll get this party started. So... yeah. Well, I'm 45 metaphysical puzzle, and I'm sick of grading papers that I know. Honestly, leftovers. Chinese food. I can't eat so much all in one day. And it was amazing the second time. And I think the third time, I think I've eaten it in 3 sittings, twice in one day, one the next day, I can't remember. I think it was from yesterday. The fact that I have no idea, a little questionable, I get that. I'm shouting in my sleep, I need a muscle. And all this misery pays the salary so. Let's open up a restaurant in Santa Fe. Sunny Santa Fe would be nice. We'll open up a restaurant in Santa Fe and leave this to the roaches and mine. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Not even singing Curtis Mayfield or Mac Miller, just Rent the musical, Santa Fe, the track. Lord knows how gay I really am. Could not flirt with a woman to literally save my life. Actually, I think I have been flirting with a woman recently, and I think it's going great, to be honest. Not totally sure, though, because how do you even ask? And then women make me feel so dumb that I can relate to men. You know what I mean? Yikes. Yikes. Women make me feel so that I feel like a stupid fucking dick ass dumbass man. And the thing is, fellas, I stand by this. if talking to women does not make you, you might be gay, bro. Because I'll tell you what, I am gay, and women definitely make me do that. Okay? So, all I'm saying, maybe you don't like them as much as you think you do if they don't make you absolutely, you know? Fellas, think about it. It's just funny how, like, dominant male cultures throughout history were fucking gay. Look at the Romans, the Grecians, the Egyptians. I mean, just a whole bunch of male dominated culture with also like super queer culture right there. But it's okay. Alright. Let's roll this joint. Curtis and Mac. I feel like it's looking skinny, but the reality is it's just like packing so densely, and I keep adding weed, but I ain't gonna be able to smoke it if it's just gonna be so tight. And that's why I guess my partner's always constantly like, I hate grinding up weed for rolling. I'm like, what? But it burns so good and smooth. But then these moments happen of like, damn, I kind of get what you're saying, because now my weed's too dank and it can't be rolled. You know? But I got this. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Just gonna be what it is. Just always gonna be what it is. Just gonna be what it is. Just gonna be what it is. Yo, what if my next series was not just to like do channeled tarot, like oracle messages? This is probably one of the worst joints I've literally ever rolled, y'all. It's embarrassing that it's for the grades, but times are hard, okay? I'm so sorry. Well, not so bad. Maybe I should have not spoke a little too soon. Dogged on myself for no reason, maybe. Yeah, no, this weed is not the most rollable weed I've ever had. I'm just gonna be honest. It's packed too tight. Don't love that. Oh wow, that's super cute. No, this is just, I mean, it's just like some homegrown shit. I think. I don't even know where it comes from sometimes. It's like good though. It's just kind of like annoying. It's taking me forever. Look, we're already in an ad break. What the fuck? Yeah, in California, because they've been growing it like the most liberally for the longest. Okay. So, I always like tie my joints off at the end, right? But right now, I'm like, man, this wasn't a very good joint. And I'm hearing like, no, no, no. Curtis Mayfield's like, no, that's exactly how I used to roll mine. I love it. But do me a favor, don't tie it off. That's something that you new age kids, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, damn, bro, because we don't want to spill any of that weed. But okay, I'll try to keep it open faced. That means I gotta spark it immediately. Or actually, no, I don't, because I have this super fucking cool ashtray. Exactly. Of course, I'm not gonna fill it to the tippy top. God damn it. He's like, well, if you went so weak on it, then I don't see the problem. Yeah, the craftsmanship in this J is kind of honestly comical because it's not even that good of a joint. But it's authentic, apparently. LOL. Yo, so what if instead of like doing readings for the deceased, I just like was like, okay, I'm gonna make a song with Kurt Cobain, Curtis Mayfield, and Mac Miller. And then we like made a song. It'd be crazy. How would I credit that? Would it still just be me? And then right, so then people who like don't believe in necromancy would be like, wow, she's the most talented person in the world. When in reality I'm just like using any musician who has ever lived and died to help me create. Crazy. Maybe that's what all musicians do and I'm just more cognizant of it. You know? Nothing's original. Everything's inspired, remade, redone, reworked. Okay. It's feeling a little loose. It's feeling almost too loose, but we're going to smoke it anyway. We're going to get there. I'm going to clean up a bit. Man, he really wanted this open-faced joint. I get it, though. I take requests. If that's the request, I got to honor it. I'm sorry, it was not my strongest joint. How embarrassing. To be rolling for some of the grades. He's like, no, man, chill on me. It's exactly how I roll my joint. He's like, I rolled that joint, not you. Quit talking shit. I wanted to roll it. It's been a while. Cute. Also, shout out, a big thank you to my silent viewers, my local stalkers, my internet trolls. I would be nothing and nowhere without any of you. Actually, I wish that y'all would even hate me even harder because, you know, if haters make you famous, why am I not fucking Harry Styles? You're bad at your job. Okay. Okay. So. All right. We're in. We're ready. We're about to begin. Longest 2 hours of the week, I would say. You know what I mean? Is it just me, or do other like streamers kind of like address those? Do I assume they're bots, or do I assume it's people who are like secretly into me, secretly obsessed, secretly watching every night, week after week? It's like, why is there always a silent viewer? Because the thing is, I feel like Twitch has never been shy about showing me that no one's watching. That's what I mean. Like, what's up with lurkers? What's really up with lurkers? What's going on with the lurkers, man? What's up with that? Do y'all just not have accounts and you want to watch me anyway? You don't want to say you're here? You don't want anyone else to know you're here? Making me and Dink talk to each other, but you just get to watch us talk? That's so weird. I mean, it's okay. It's okay. But it's weird, right? Like, do I just assume you're a bot or do I assume you're a stalker? It's just whatevs. If we were really friends, you would just tell me it's you. or do you like inflating my ego? You know what I mean? And as a friend, you're like, I can inflate her ego a little bit. You know? Thinking I'm worthy of having stalkers or internet trolls. Well, get this, I have both. So
Still nothing. I thought I would try. Okay. I thought I would try. All right, I'm going to light a Gemini incense because Meg Miller was a Capricorn. But I already burned one of those earlier this week. Like literally not a peep. They're like hardcore Illuminati people. They're like, this is the one you guys were telling us about. Yeah, I don't know. You gotta just keep watching. I swear, she does some really cool shit. I don't know if I'm buying it. Like, just keep watching. Is she talking about us right now? Yeah, she's good, right? She's good. Okay. They're like, okay, I mean, let me think about it. I'm your pusher man. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Back to Venga Boys. The Venga bus is coming and everybody's jumping. You to San Francisco. They need to... God, I'm so messy lately, dude. I'm messy always. It's not lately. Come on now. We like to party. I don't even really like to party, honestly. I don't know where I'm getting that from. We like to party. We like to party. We like to party. The Venga bus is coming and everybody's jumping. New York to San Francisco, they need to see me disco. I love how I was like, oh yeah, I'll probably have a short stream tonight. Turn in early. No, I'm gonna have a stream where I just dick around like good 40% of the time, so it seems way longer than it actually is. Equally tried and true. All right, y'all. Without further ado or any more fucking around, Curtis Mayfield's roaring standing ovation introduction. Big moves. Setting the tone, setting the vibe. It's almost like he chose this outfit so I couldn't outshine, because he's like, if I'm going to show up, I'm going to do it right. And I'm going to be the one who comes with the crowd. Who cares who watches out there? They're all watching here. Because I was a poet. I wish anybody saw me that way. All they cared about is how I played guitar. But, gosh. I was more than that. I was a mouth at the end of those hands. I was a poet who could dance, man. That's how I learned what rhythm is. But I'll tell you what, they never let no black man. And some people argue, because plenty of black men have been poets. But those were them. Those were the people with the books. You know, everybody knew Jim Morrison was a poet. Nobody sits and says Curtis Mayfield was a poet. I wrote all my songs. Wrote every single one. Every note, every word, nothing. Curtis Mayfield did barely even scratch the surface. I'm not mad. I don't want you to think I'm bitter. But I see it in the everyday world. I see it time and time again. Honestly, it makes sense they will put me with Mac Miller, man. I'm not even trying to hate on the kid. He was but a kid. 16 years old from what I hear. He was a poet. Everybody knew his words. And they say he made black music. But he was a white boy. Well, what difference does it make? It doesn't matter where you are in the world. Someone's going to perceive you in the way that you don't want to be perceived, or that they shouldn't be perceiving. There was an accident. there was an accent. There was a whole lot of miscommunication. I felt isolated. I felt strange. Worked amongst a lot of white men. Kind of made me wonder, Mac, did you also work amongst white men? Or was that because I was working with a different kind of genre than they were used to having someone? Because I was before Parliament, no? See, okay, here's the thing. I don't know a whole lot about Curtis Mayfield. I know he's a Gemini. And I know a couple of his songs, If There's Hell and Pusher Man, and yeah, so like I might say stuff. We'll have to like go back and verify. That's what I'm saying. That's his point. Is like y'all really don't know much, but it's not your fault that you don't know much. It's because he gets left out of the conversation, and it's because he was black as fuck, as he would describe it. Like that's like that's what he's driving in. Is that like he was around during the Parliament era, you know, and Sly, okay. Sly was on drugs, so of course Sly was welcome amongst any of them, because the thing is, Sly could be manipulative, but also manipulated. If you put a bit of cash in front of somebody like that, man, they quick it up so fast because they gotta get that smack. But I was the one who made Pusher Man. I was hip to their shit, and they knew it. I was always ahead of the curve. I was always big on the game, and that's why, you know what, I like Kanye. I like that Kanye. Because the thing is, what he's doing is so different, so unique, so next level. I don't know if that's a Gemini speaking, or just to see a black man, rather than struggling, playing them like that. God, it's almost brilliant, don't you think? Or that Kendrick, too. He seems to be moving people of anyone, anywhere, moving them. And that is beautiful. That is really amazing. And I guess I just thought that if I were to come back to Earth, that's a Mac Miller song, huh? If I were to come back to Earth, I figured some of the problems we had back then, 60s, 70s, 80s, I mean, everything seemed on the up and up in the 90s. What the fuck happened? Man, what the fuck happened? If I was died and born all over again, I'm living through the same shit now that I did then, maybe even worse off, huh? There wasn't no protection of segregation as there now. Because back then you could at least know where to go, where you'd be safe, but nobody stays in their own lane like that. I'm not saying that's a good thing. I'm not saying that's a good thing. I'm saying that's a comfort zone. So now we are missing comfort. Now we wonder, where is home? Who among us? Who among us can be trusted? Because that's what I see in Mac Miller, is it's not so easy. You know, this kid was everything to these people in Philadelphia, in the industry. His career, his music, his relationships, his family was their whole world. And he was in a world that was never going to be open to him if it weren't for people like this or that, or who's this and who's that. But who was the earliest influence of anyone for anything? God. God himself stated that the world shall, and so it does. Christ on a stick. It ain't shit. He's giving me really old man vibes, like super old man vibes. I feel like he was pretty old when he passed away. Like I said, I'm pretty sure he passed away in 1999. But he's given these weird, like, not weird, just like really old school, like really hardcore into the old school wave of things. But not really sure why. I feel like that's not typical of Gemini energy.
it's like almost like animosity or anger, but I think what it really is at the core of it is that it's disappointment because he's not seeing these great strides and these great leaps. Because, of course, his whole point is somebody like Mac Miller. Okay, well, it's older than Mac Miller, right? We're talking 26 versus 57. He was decently old. He wasn't that old, though. That is really young, you know? Yeah. So he's like the old man in this situation, but he's also super, super old school in a sense. But we'll get back into it. Let me just roll the ad break now while I'm out, and we'll go back in, look at my player and everything reloading. If you're just tuning in, and we're doing Curtis Mayfield and Mac Miller tonight. Haven't really got to the Mac Miller portion of the hour, kind of letting Curtis get his feet in. I'm going to take a quick 60 seconds, recuperate, and then we're going to come back and spark the joint and pass it in the circle and see what happens. So, stay tuned. I'll be here, but I'll be right back. Okay. Totally forgot about my laundry in the dryer. Also, so it was good timing for both parts. But I let that shit go a little longer because it's a big load. So, we tried, Cass. We tried. It's just you and me tonight, you know? We had like two people who were like, what's this? And they were like, you know what? Second thought, don't care. mm. Mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Toasty. You know, like quizzes. Thank you. I think so too. Sort of teasing though. Everybody has the right to do what they need to do in order to party or something. Okay? We didn't even touch the cards, but I don't think I need to. I've talked to Mac Miller a number of times. And like I said, I wrote his name in right after Curtis Mayfield for no real reason. Other than I think it was like he would love to talk to him. No one was expecting him to be such a curmudgeon, but it's okay. Everybody's different. It's almost as if, just from me being the third party perspective, here's the cardinal again, this is how we started our evening, is that it's almost as if Curtis spoke so much in his music and put so much into his lyricism and really authenticity, right? He was a very authentic person. He was very, very much be about it. Live about it, be about it. And I think even now, there's this fear in him of being silenced, of being killed, of being cut off, of being left out of the history books. Because it's that control or possessiveness that the oppressor has on the oppressed people, regardless of their ranks of status. We are all the oppressed people because we
are born into, indoctrinated into. Look, Skull Stars, Infinite Possibilities. No, Illumination. Skull of Light. Illumination. What's done in the dark will come to light. So and oh look, the underworld, where all things pause and begin again. Part of the lesson here is that he's still afraid to speak up. He still feels like they could somehow get to him or hurt him, or that he has to censor himself, whether it be to speak through me or to speak about them directly in a way that he never had before. Whereas, here's the thing. I've done a few Jim Morrison readings, okay? And one of the bigger differences with Jim Morrison and practically anybody that I've ever talked to or ever will talk to is that when you say he was genuinely not afraid to die, he wasn't. Because the shit he said to these record companies, to these interviewees on television, at his concerts, he was next level. And he is revered amongst musicians not as being one of the greatest, but being the softest, most gentle, yet most outspoken person the industry has ever seen. Because anybody else with that kind of gall really never had the audacity. You know, Janice backsassed them one too many times, sure. Went out in a wave of them, right? Jimmy was sort of like Jim and me, Curtis, right? At the same time, Jimmy agreed with a lot of what Jim said. Jimmy felt the same way that Jim did. They're both even Sagittarius, okay? But he felt more like Curtis, like they were going to hurt him even once he was gone, even once there was nothing left to take, even once they had everything, you know? And gosh, it's funny to think about, because who does get all that stuff? And is it ever worth it, you know? And for Jimmy, it was his family. His family forever, you know, has his treasures, his name, his titles, his records. But, you know, they don't have him. It didn't have him. But Jim, nothing to lose. Didn't give a fuck about his family. Same with Janice, ran from hers. You know, none of them got anything. But then she thought, well, as long as my family doesn't get it. But then again, who does? Gotta go somewhere. Gotta be something, you know. And I think that was the worst part. So for me, I got older, and I got to reap what I sowed. I got to see the benefits. I got to live it. I got to be the guy with all of it, the swag, the style, the power, the position, the playing. It was like the club that nobody ever asked to join, but everybody wanted to be in, you know. Kind of one of those things. But I don't know. I never ran with Smack. I never did none of that. I wasn't no Jim Morrison, but, you know, in my older age, it's like the fear grows, but the less you tolerate. So you feel like the consequences are even bigger. You feel like the consequences are even graver. You know, but at the end of the day, you gotta say it, because some young ones got their whole lives ahead. And I'm not saying I was killed. I guess nobody could say if I was, because it would have been covered up just like they did with the rest of them. But I can't remember having a heart attack. I can't remember having no heart attack. So I did start speaking up. Maybe it was too late. Maybe it was the time, you know. 1999. Why would I want to see the world after that, huh? It looks like everybody here now just seems almost miserable, like they're missing something. Yeah. It was a time back then. It was a time back then. So that's interesting. So, okay, wait. I was guessing he was born around I had said 68, but I was like more like 48. So if he was 57 when he died in 1999, then would have been like 42. Yeah, jinx. The answer's always 42. Should have known. You know. How long can a good thing last? You know, and that's the thing. 57 in a human lifespan. Right. 57 in a human lifespan seems so short, but that's what we just discussed in the music industry. Even John Lennon was only 36 or so. Motherfucker got shot in the head, man. That's crazy. Yeah, these young kids, man, they were my age. They were all born in fucking 40 something, 43, because they died in 1970, you know, they were my age, and I just know that could have been me, and I know that no one would ever really remember me like that, in the way that they remember Jim, but a lot of what Jim said, you know, he said because we couldn't say it. And for as much as it's these woke boys now, these hoteps and these whoever, man, there was really nobody like Jim. And it's sad that nowadays you don't see anybody like Jim, do you? Everybody's too scared to admit it. We're so far gone. we don't have him anymore. We don't have the poet. We don't have the loud one. We don't have the somebody to stand up and say, fuck off anymore. And every generation thinks they're missing something. That there's something there. That there's something they're forgetting. Something they wish they had. But it's that, man. Somebody to stand up for your ass. The one person this last generation could have had, May could have been Britney Spears. And they got to her before she could get to anybody. She couldn't even spread a message. She couldn't even pick a message, you know? And then you got to think of them damn Spice Girls wasn't no group. Could one of them have been the girl power that never ended? Okay? Because none of them did. They married a bunch of men. Congratulations. Congratulations. I'm your mama, I'm your daddy, I'm your lover in the alley, I'm the doctor. When you need, have some coke, have some weed. You know me, I'm your friend, I'll make you come again. I'm your pusher man. You know. It was very ironic in my music. Very ironic. We're gonna light this joint. You know, I don't think anybody intended or wanted to make this whole night. Cheers. About Jim Morrison, you know, and somebody wants to get out here and say, hey, let's talk about you. I'm gonna ask you something. Let me hear it from you. The last thing you think is that they're gonna talk about somebody else. But, you know, I knew not to do something if Jim wasn't gonna do it. If Jim wasn't gonna be there, I knew I wasn't gonna be safe. It's not that I didn't trust the other artists, you know, that's the thing. Of course I trust my brother Jimmy. Of course I trust him. But that doesn't mean the record company trusts him. Okay? That doesn't mean that the white folk will trust him. Okay? If Jim wasn't there, I didn't want no part of it in those early days. I didn't trust nobody else because he was the only one who would speak up to them. He'd speak up for us. He'd speak up for the people who couldn't even get in the room before he spoke for himself. And it's a damn shame what they've done to his image. Because he was a hell of a guy. He was just a kid like the rest of us, you know, and he felt so much older because there's something about being brave, you know. There's really something about being brave, and that Jim Morrison, he was brave. Above all other things, he was brave. He may have been stupid, dumber than shit, but he was brave. like I said earlier, I'm from Washington, Kentucky. My mother lived there until she was 13. Then she got pregnant with me. And my father moved to Louisville. But we wanted to see skyscrapers. And so we moved to the big old city of Chicago, as if Chicago was a big city. But we didn't know nothing back then. We could have never made it to New York. I'm glad that I never did. I don't think I ever lived in New York. You know, I stayed there before, but my heart stayed in Kentucky with me my whole life. I lived in a few other states. Arkansas, Kansas, all kinds of Bible Belt. All kinds of Bible Belt. It all happened so fast for me, too. I was probably only just about 18. I got mixed right up in that group. 1942. Can't believe I lived to 99, 9 years old. Just time, you know. Could have been a super group. Yes. Curtis Mayfield. I knew I had to get out of there as soon as they killed them kids, though. All my music was inspired by those stories. And now that I'm somebody's ghost, talking to you, who I don't know, it makes me wonder if maybe Jim Morrison was there with me for some of those things. Because if there was ever a leader in something, and I mean something, it wasn't no damn Lennon. But he had to do it when everyone else was gone. And once he took on that power, that title, that position, you know, he didn't last long either. And while the goal used to be figuring out how to survive, figuring out how to outsmart them and how to outlive them, seems like now it's more about appeasing them, doing it as they say, forgetting not that they give you the power of status, they don't give you the talent. You give it to them. Jim taught me that. He taught me that too. He taught me that too. That's what's so weird. That he would just say that because, like I said, there was one day I was thinking about the Doors. And I put them on and I decided to listen to it. And then I heard this meditation or this statement, phrase, whatever you want to call it, about how, you know, if you refuse to harness your power, then they will harvest your power. And that was like the lesson from Jim Morrison that I got. And right now, that's essentially the same thing Curtis Mayfield is saying Jim Morrison told him back in the 70s, more or less. Like, well, it would have been in the 60s. Holy shit. That's what's so crazy. They were all dead in 1970. That's so fucked up and sad. Like, death is so interesting in the sense that it never stops, you know? It's like once again, it's almost as if the other side is what real life is like because it's eternal, whereas the fraction of life we perceive as life here seems to be the death experience because it's brief, it's short, it's got a time limit, it's got a time span. I think we're here for discovery. We're here just to develop things. We're here just to paint a picture and put on a show. I don't think it's much more serious than that. I think if it were, we just wouldn't. I think it's an experiment. I think it's for whatever we're supposed to be here for. Everybody's got their own purpose and role to play. As sad as it is, oh yeah, I've been thinking about this for too long. And the thing is, there's always alternatives. You can want your best possible outcome, your highest good, or whatever the fuck. But the second you gotta involve other people, then all your variables are shot and there's no predictability and there's just an infinite number of combinations of things it could be. But ultimately, there's only so many ways things can turn out. And that's either not great, okay, or best case scenario. And either way, you end up dead. So there it is. That was me rolling dice, not jacking off, right? Lord, I was born a gambling man. No, I wasn't. Actually, I hate gambling. I was really born more of a rambling man, trying to make a living doing the best I can, which ain't really anybody else's interest. My best in every category that nobody gives a shit about. Woo! Big mood, big vibes. But like in a fun, we're having a great time kind of way. I could definitely, I'm going to do this 60-second ad break just for the timing. Dink, it's pretty much, thanks. Yeah, I feel like I just really clicked out of what the fuck was happening there. Not the message I was expecting. Kind of did get this, hold on, I'm just going to roll the ad. I'm going to roll the ad and think about all of this. All right. And after a word from our sponsors, a word from our stalkers. Anyone. Anyone. Okay. So, listen. Yeah, usually I'll do a closing out. That was it did feel pretty long, right? I just went for 10 or 20 minutes. I don't even know. Time definitely seems like it is going way slower when I'm in there. And I was thinking about this today. I was doing some meditations. Think, please tell me you've seen or at least read or know of Umbrella Academy, right? Yeah, it's Klaus all day. I was sitting here, a friend of mine called via song, right? Had it on shuffle, and he's like, please come to the beach with me. He passed away last year. So he's like, come to the beach with me. You're not even working that hard. Just take a second. And I was like, okay. And I actually thought about Klaus, and I was like, wow, they do a really good job with those scenes where it's so impactful, meaningful, and long, and infinite time for Klaus. And then he wakes up, 5 minutes later, and they're like, what happened? He's like, oh, I couldn't explain the meaning of life to you, in this passage of 5 minutes. And it's funny that he went to the beach, but that's just something that we would have done too, you know what I mean? And it really hit me nice, and it's 2 on the time. Ah, it's so cute. That's so beautiful. So it's weird though, because it does make my life a little disenchanted. It's very hard to keep a good grasp on reality. Doing what I do, but also the sheer fact that female bodies bleed at all, like womb carriers, doing this kind of like dark magic by nature. Like, stop associating dark with evil and light with good, because I didn't even think about like dicks busting out white shit. No wonder they think light is good and dark is evil, because a womb inside is very dark. It's darkness, it's nothing, right? And that's creation. And men are like, no, 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 no. We sprayed it with our light, and that's why it's good. You bitches are evil because you are bloody and it's dark magic. That's bad. Like, that makes so much sense. Do we even unpack the sexism that is in our everything? No. And then dudes complain that we like call them out about like a shitty joke here and there, and it's like, yeah, because you have no idea the absolute depth of the infrastructures that hold up our entire culture and all of society in place that works not only against us but for you, and you can't even admit the for you part, let alone the against us part. So like, where do you want us to start, buddy? It starts with you, and it starts with that damn joke. Let it go. Come on now. Fuck, man. And that's me. That's me, okay? I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I'm a Jim Morrison type. But man, I probably avoided the spotlight because I would have been, right? I'm a little older now, I kinda get it. I try to just fucking talk things out and help people think, right? My new angle, like, newest, latest thing, realizing that we are in the throes of human evolution, and part of the fact that we built up this world of luxury has afforded us the opportunity to fixate on our own minds. Like, we've been conscious beings for a long time, but we've always been very labor intensive, work intensive, survival intensive. Now we're like mentalists, right? But we have the opportunity to sit and think and talk things out, okay? It's like seeing the human lifespan of growth from the macro of society, okay? So I'm kind of thinking like, what if we just were all visualizing? Hear me out. Hear me out. Listen, I'm not trying to downplay anything. What if we all were visualizing someone like Vladimir Putin in therapy? Hear me out, because what if we don't really all have a common vision? What if we don't really all want the same things in life? We're seeing a lot of people, even in like, I feel like there's this wave of Russian youth that I see in the media being like, I don't want to kill Ukrainians, I'm running away, I got drafted, I miss my mom. Like, American soldiers are so deeply indoctrinated, and most of them have signed up for wars that are either ongoing, not talked about, or both, right? That these Russian kids are like, bro, we are not like you guys. Like, no one in the world is like y'all. No one. You think these children have a choice on whether or not they're child soldiers? You think their mothers want to be a part of that? No. Like, big chance that there's a no. Okay? Like, it takes a special kind of person to sign up to be that hateful and murderous, right? Just saying. So we're seeing this wave. Right, right, right. And it's like totally okay. You can be a cop, you can join the military, you can fucking whatever you want to do. Like, if you want a gun, they'll give you one. They're like, we just have to indoctrinate you and make sure that you believe in our core values, which align with our own white hierarchy. As long as you can succumb to our whim, then we'll let you in and put you in a position of power, but you command us only. You only get commands from us. Like, that's fucking wild. That's wild. Like, religion's bad enough when it comes to these things, let alone shit like that, you know? Like, neither here nor there. So, keeping it going. There's a lot going on, right? But it's like, there are certain things, they are hella tripping. That's what I'm saying. There's certain things where it's like, how have you not grown out of this yet? How have you not grown out of the fact that you just want to fucking rape and pillage and kill and murder? And like, I can't even really say those words on streams. It was not a threat. It was out of context. Without what? Getting flagged, getting banned, getting fucking censored, getting bots on my ass. But you can literally say that shit and they'll give you a gun and send you to a place where it's free range to just kill anyone you want. But watch what you say on the internet, because guess who's going to get radicalized? It's not them, it's us. Time after time. You know what I mean? So, fuck it, you know? It's not necessarily fuck it. We got to be somewhat respectful to the powers that be, but we also got to understand that, like, class solidarity is super important. And I sympathize with, like, some of these soldiers, ones who get drafted, but also even ones who sign up for, like, delusional reasons. It's sad, especially when they're, like, 17, 18 years old, and they're like, sure, I'll enlist. She said free college, I can pay my mom's bills, like, fuck it. There's not even any wars, like, I won't go anywhere. And then all of a sudden it's like, ha ha ha, you didn't know we were still in the Middle East? Get your ass out there. Bitch, that's what we paid for. And it's like, whoa, I'm getting deployed. And they're like, yeah, buddy. Like, it's fucking sad. It's fucking sad. Who took the bomb? You said Decepticon. No, you didn't. You said Deception. But in my mind, you said Decepticon. How are you? Hype, apparently. Here's the thing about Tyler Durden. This is literally why I call it Tyler Durden. You know, even if I'm not aggressively beating my own ass or somebody else's, it's like, radicalize, murder, motivation, blah. Like, all right, Tyler, chill out. We're not making soap tonight, okay? Like, relax. We don't need to, like, start some shit right now. It's a slow Monday. It is a slow Monday, okay? Just let's relax. I wish this was tea and not water, okay? But it is water. Yeah, man. Can you imagine if I was trying to work a retail job right now? Those days were funny, dude, because I would be like this, where it was like, like, yeah, honestly, fuck the system. And they're like, excuse me? And I'm like, it feels good on your face, is what I said. You know? You know what I mean? Serving tables in restaurants, also what a doozy, because days like this, it'd be like, you know, at the table, and they're like, are you feeling a little impatient? It's like, oh no, I just have a lot of energy. And of course they don't believe that, because you run away, and they're like, she was so rude. And it's like, was I rude? I'm sorry. Was I rude? I'm sorry. Was I being rude? Bars are where it's at, though, because it's a free-for-all at all times of day, and like, my cycle can get the fuck down with that kind of energy. Just like this, it's a free-for-all. People tune in and they're like, whoa, she's aggro tonight. I'm good. I can't even do it. I don't see a card in sight. No thanks, man. It's like, yeah, no, I get it. I get it. How are you? You know? Fine, thank you. Yeah, and it's so funny that the internet, you know, is so helpful these days with terminology and ticks and things, and being able to share what you do, what other people do. But back then, man, people like me or us, whatever, were doing it fucking raw, no instructions, no sympathy, just bullies and fucking rules. And like, man, I didn't know about PMDD, but I had it always. So I would just warn people, like, I'm a little weird, and sometimes I get, like, whatever. Yeah, I get that. And that's why it's like, y'all know what stimulating is. Like, you know what overstimulating and understimulating is. I didn't know those concepts. I would just want to fucking wear my headphones at work sometimes and get in trouble for it and not be able to communicate the fact that I needed to just block out the rest of the world if I wanted even a fucking chance to get anything done that day. Right? But now, y'all so lucky to have the internet. And I'm not saying that your life should be hard or that this is like a bad thing. It's like, just stop taking it for granted, y'all. You know what I mean? Like, really be blessed in these miracles of life that have come with like society over time. I'm getting this floating feeling. I feel like we're about to have the fucking meeting of our minds, and it's just me and you and our lurkers, probably Illuminati people, or just straight up FBI, because they're like, she said Fox Mulder too many times, and now we're forced to watch her streams. And honestly, she's probably the dumbest person I've ever had to fucking spy on. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Skull of Stars, Infinite Possibilities. Listen, also the funniest. Am I right? What's your name? Jason? What's my agent's name? Jason? Okay. And my Illuminati Lord? Gorgle? Okay, Jason and Gorgle. Those are the two. Those are my two. Jason and Gorgle. It's my FBI agent and my Illuminati figurehead. Yeah, Jason and Gorgle, my two silent viewers. Oh, hey, if you're just tuning in, it's just me and my girlfriend. What? Get out of here, you guys. Infinite possibilities, though. That's the point. If you could be anybody, it could be anything, right? Hell yeah, good game. Okay, good God. And now you owe me money. Okay, that's just how this works. So, coming back down. My regrets look just like texts I shouldn't send, because Mac Miller didn't even get a second to speak yet. And I got neighbors who more like strangers, we should be friends. I just need a way out of my head. I'll do anything for a way out of my head. In my own ways, feels like living some alternate reality. I once was drowning, but now I'm swimming through stressful waters, through the things I do. I don't like my voice this week, you guys. Just spend a little time. Yeah. And I get now, like, I used to be a little offended back in the day if people wouldn't like my voice, because when people did, they loved it so much, and then when people didn't, they'd say the most, like, randomly insulting things possible. Where it's like I never really had a decent perception of whether or not I could sing, and that's why I've always been so sensitive to, like, making, creating, releasing music. Even though it is ultimately has been my dream since I was literally born. Couldn't even explain it. I'm trying to explain it in a series of storytelling that will take place over the course of this month and conclude with our big shebangs, Halloween and 11/11, but we'll see what happens. It's bizarre, but I'm now mastering my PMDD, and mastering my voice has led me to realize that the PMDD affects the way I sound week after week. And that's why sometimes I sound fucking amazing when I'm like, all me. Boom! Incredible. Mwah! Congratulations. That is the most beautiful thing I've ever heard. But this week, it's like, it's testosterone week, man. I got I sound more like a dude to begin with. And then also, shortness of breath. Like, I literally, like, even talking, I'm more dehydrated because everything's taking so much more out of me. Like, it's crazy. It's across the board. I could get lightheaded. I get migraines. How the fuck is my voice supposed to just sound good or even decent unless I'm pitching it so low that all of a sudden I hit notes that I don't normally even go for, right? Same thing when I'm about to ovulate. I can screech high and sound like fucking, not necessarily Mariah Carey, more, okay, maybe Kate Bush, right? Like I can sing along to Kate Bush songs. But then the middle is that it's just my voice, which is the most pure and I think sounds the best, but is not the best range, but the most crystal clear. So it's like I got range, but only different time. It's crazy, dude. It's literally so much. So forgive me for feeling like I'm at least 3 different people, Like at least. Fuck. Yeah. So I guess that's why I'm into talking to musicians and stuff because it is so interesting. And it's also, I feel like it's interesting just being a woman in general in anything. I don't really strongly identify with women, by the way. I say it a lot. I say she a lot. Who the fuck is even saying that? Because it's not me. I am like sitting here calling myself Tyler Durden and on my good days Earl. I think we understand how I'm perceiving myself, Mr. Overalls over here. But also, I do love my feminine figure and form, and I'm big, huge, slut girl, whatever. Or love the feminine, the evil Lilith type feminine, even. Super into that. But also just kind of like, I'm one with the universe, and God is non binary, and so am I, right? Yeah. Where it's just like, I don't know, I guess I'm more all of the above than like one or the other. Um, but mostly internally, I feel masculine, and mostly externally, I present feminine. But in reality, I've always aligned mostly with androgynous over everything. I don't really feel a need to think about it. I recognize what I say, and that's why I like to stop and clarify. Like, yo, why am I picking pronouns for myself like this? It's up for debate. It's whatever you want. If you think of me more as they, that's because that makes sense, you know. If you're like this guy I watch on Twitch, don't feel bad. I am some guy you watch on Twitch. Who even is that? It's Tyler Durden. Watch out. He might be your ass. Okay, commercial break before we get too caught up and rowdy in this. Maybe we'll come back down and have this little conversation, or maybe I'm meant to just talk it out. Who knows, man? Let me just figure it out. Okay. So I was like really thinking about this. And like I said, I've channeled Mac before. It's been a long time. I feel like it was when I first started doing these readings. It was like Mac Miller came up a few times, probably at least 3 separate times. But right now, it almost feels like he doesn't really have anything to say as much as he just literally did want to be present to see Curtis Mayfield speak. And he doesn't feel like there's much to add necessarily to the conversation. But what I'm going to do is kind of like kick back, close my eyes, think about both of them, see if anything comes up. We'll get in our little smoke sesh. It's not flowing in the same way as, like, I may have just really lucked out that Ken Kesey and Dr. Hunter Thompson combo circle. That was cool. That may have been a one. I thought I could just do that whenever and just essentially host like dead people talk shows, but no, probably not just like for everyone. So I think Mac Miller is content in the presence of Curtis Mayfield, even if he does not speak tonight himself, because I think that's this excited energy that keeps fluttering me up, and then I sputter down like, was he gonna say something? Was that being channeled? you know, I got this scent of something. I don't. How would we ever? The thing is, okay. Here's the thing. Mac Miller was really young, and okay, consider this the channel message because I can see him speaking with me. He was really young, so it's not like he learned a whole lot in life. And he was a good kid from day one. Like he was a good person. Everybody knew that about him, but he wasn't super smart. He wasn't that curious about anything. And just now I got this vision or this sense and vision of this like I don't know how to describe it other than like the most Americanized version of like an Asian style like coleslaw salad, like typical Asian dressing, cabbage, even like ramen in there. Like I don't know how to explain that. I don't want to say that that was Mac Miller's favorite food, but there is something about that where it's like at the picnic, like that was his choice, and nobody understood why because it's like some people think it's really gross or like it's just like non-traditional or like it's just so trivial and unimportant and inconsistent, but it was like that's the only time you're ever going to eat it, whereas pretty much anything else at the cookout you're going to see again somewhere else. But that weird Asian fucking, fucking salad was only going to be once in a while somewhere down the line here and there because somebody decided to make it. Okay? Because that is, I think, the most adventurous moments in life are living in that I know it's super sweet, it's super innocent, like that's where his head's at. He wasn't like Jim Morrison or Curtis Mayfield or anybody. He was himself, but he was just some fucking sweet kid who got into drugs and became a real bastard ass dick. Like, really hated himself at the end. That didn't even care he got taken out, quite frankly. So he tries to just remember these sweet moments of his where if he was going to stand up for something, it was more likely going to be Asian coleslaw salad at the cookout than it would be about human rights or being an activist. And you might say, oh, well, in his life he did this and that. But he'll tell you right now, he didn't do the damn enough. If he didn't even get, like, he was not at on par at this level. And the one thing I think that would have been regrettable is realizing right now in this moment, listening to me, Curtis, whoever, Mr. Mayfield, it felt natural to call him Curtis all day. I don't know if it's because or what, but Mr. Mayfield seems more appropriate for Mac. Curtis sounded very familiar for me. I don't know if it's because he caught me in the morning or um, only not kidding. So, whichever way it is, Mac is sitting here kind of like, in a maze at the things that you would remember all those years ago from a certain era and those decades, he's not shocked at all, but perhaps a bit surprised to hear a rock star of a certain kind, being someone who was progressive funk, being someone who was kind of on the new wave of thing. That's kind of what he's getting at too, is he totally agrees in a sense where he's like, what Curtis Mayfield, the man of the hour, there in the 60s, okay, lived through the 70s, made music in the 80s, and to the end of the 90s saw it all. And what he kind of truly remembers, what he brought up today, what he wanted to share from some great beyond in theory, right? If any of this is real, that he remembered who was about it. He remembered who spoke on it. He remembered very little outside of his own childhood and fucking Jim Morrison. That is wild to me, to him, to everyone. That's what he would choose to talk about when he has his own 5 minutes. And he's like, well, I had my fame, I had my platform, I had my fortune in my life, so I got to enjoy all those things. So, of course, Curtis saying, if I'm going to come back, then of course I'm going to think about the things that I didn't do or what I was missing or what stuck with me through all those years, through my whole career, and through every song of protest that I created. I knew that there was somewhere out there, some version of Jim was throwing the protest, okay? That real true activist. It wasn't necessarily the artists, it was the people who spoke up outside of their art. And a lot of us didn't defend what we did. We didn't explain what we did. It was up for interpretation. Of course, we may have meant it in a certain way, but there was only so few of us who would actually say something. Jim was one of them. And that's why he stands out above a crowd, and that's why it's so important to see now there is virtually no hope. They don't even make that zinger Asian coleslaw salad at the cookout anymore, you know? It's that kind of mood where, yeah, we might be missing out on something, but also we might be missing from it, you know? That's what's so sad. Wow. It's kind of crazy. All right. Mac's like, I'm gonna smoke too. He's staring at the shot of whiskey. I'm like, that's supposed to be for John Lennon's birthday. And he's like, really? Tennessee, honey? That sounds like the perfect thing for us right now. And I'm like, man, I honestly don't even think I could do it. And they respect it. They're upset. They respect it. Yeah, no, I can't even do it. My regrets look just like texts I shouldn't send. And I got neighbors and more like strangers who should be friends. I just need a way out of my head. I'll do anything for a way out of my head. In my own ways, feels like living some alternate reality. I once was drowning, now I'm swimming through stressful water to relief. Yeah. See, the deeper register sounds better during this time of the month for me. I love that. One thing, Mac, one thing I will say is once you die, kind of get to do all the cool shit you always want to do without any of the rules. Some of those things are deeply satisfying. Some of those things are deeply dissatisfying. Like when you go skydiving and you take away the fear of dying. Isn't that cool? Kinda. Kinda, yeah. Still felt like flying. Meeting your idols. Some of them are real rat bastards. They're not even anywhere to be found, you know? Locked up in the deepest, sickest corners of hell, you'd have no idea. On the other hand, get to call a cool ass dude like Curtis Mayfield and say, hey, let's meet up. In this girl's mind, you know? Like, death is wild to even still resonate with who I was in life. As if it happened so long ago, and everyone's like, oh, it was only 4 years ago. For me, it was all of time ago. I guess I'm here because of my mother, you know? She's waiting, like I'm waiting for her. And I don't want her to rush. I'm having a good time. I get to catch up on all this stuff. The meditations are like 100,000 times the strength of any meditation you've ever felt. On fire. And then like a million times more, you know? And it feels like eternity. And so much time has passed because no time has passed. And then you look at a calendar. It's like, no, you don't need to look at the calendar, but then you see everyone. And it's only been 4 years. And you don't want to rush anybody out. And you never get bored. You just kind of go, oh, look at that. And keep doing whatever you want. And come back and say, oh, yeah, oh, yeah. Some people like watching the screen, but I like, I was young. I got to do a lot of things. So 4 years in, and I'm coming back around to see things, get more human perspective, since it's not that I got to play God, but to experience limitlessness, endlessness, eternity, and being able to quantify still some lost perception of time that in some ways isn't real. But you'll never understand it until you're on this side where you look into it. Because it's the smallest beings in the universe. And it's not we are, but our human forms. That we look within. It's a little trippy, It's trippy. I learn a lot, though. I wouldn't have it any other way, in a sense. Not to say that I wouldn't choose to live, but I guess there's just a reason I didn't, I wish I thought ahead, cleared things up or something. But it's their lessons to learn then, not mine. Because one day you wake up on the other side and you know everything. It's kind of like that. It's like that movie that you're thinking of right now. It is. And it's like divine love. Can never be felt. Unless it was between two people. I feel like, yeah, that's what I'm saying, 2018 does feel like it's been longer, but it was September 2018. He was 26 years old. Yeah, that was really deep. The few other times I talked to him was very like, what up, I'm Mac Miller, shout out this place. That was like, it's almost like he learned how to be dead since I've last spoke with him. And that was really beautiful. He showed me everything I was saying. It was like, it's like so beautiful. That's what he was saying, where death is cool. You meet up in someone's mind if you need to, right? Like, that's kind of cool. And I think maybe life is like that too. Because, like, my latest theory is that life is the extension of death, or is the true amalgamation of death, and life is beyond these walls and, like, beyond this dome, so to speak. And, like, we only are gifted this life, this mortal coil, to experience the death and to see what is to come, in a sense. So, I feel the opposite, I think. Death is what gives life any meaning. I think it's really beautiful, though, what they showed me. Yeah. But I think the most interesting part of what I've been learning in the past couple of years is that all things that we believe are sort of simultaneously true, whether they come from places deeper or greater beyond us versus what we've manifested into reality and created in the universe amongst ourselves. Like, kind of like no other really good way to say it. I mean, that's literally like, I don't know how else I would say it. I'm at a loss for words, kind of. There's a lot of things that I like to, I've been trying to finish and do. And I know God, I can't stop playing with my hair because I'm trying to remember to grab my laundry out of the dryer. And that's what I was, and then I get distracted where it's like, yeah, I wanted to clean up my board and write some stuff down tonight before I started streaming. And then before I was streaming, I was like dull sitting and, okay, I'll just do social media posting because it's easy and mechanical. And it's like, damn it, I had other plans, but I guess I needed to do that too. But then now I'm doing this, and now I'm thinking about that, and now I'm fucking, you know? Whereas on a better week of my cycle, or like 2 out of 3 weeks, I'm very on point and very efficient and get everything done task by task usually. Or can operate on 6 things at once, whereas there's just those few, like 3 to 6 days that are like, I'm absolutely fucking incompetent, pretty much. And I'm veering into incompetency over the next 3 days. So funny, but so not funny. So I'm gonna take I'm so sorry, because dang, you're like the only one here, so you have to like bear with all the ads. But I'm gonna do a 3-minute ad, because I'm gonna, like I said, grab my laundry. I will probably not fold it right now because I don't want to get too distracted from the reading. But I am one of those people who actually does fold their clothes straight out of the dryer. It's kind of a goofy thing. It is a little strange, I know. Would you like to also take a break with me? Yeah, like I'll check in if it's literally just us. Yeah, I do like to just do it. If it's not dry though, we'll see. So I will be our BR, whatever it means. I appreciate your patience and willingness to allow me to be human and enjoying my stream and keeping me company on this quiet Monday evening.
Don't you know that the sunshine don't feel right when you're inside all day? And I wish it was nice out, but it looks like rain. Gray skies are drifting, not living forever. They told me it only gets better. Thank you for the follow, Yuki. Let me eat some chocolate and I will be back on for more of this very elongated tarot evening. Cool. Back. So, before I left, I had Dink with me all night, and now it's just Jason and Galgalore, whatever the fuck your name is. Illuminati Mindfuck. You know. Okay, so we were talking with Curtis Mayfield and Mac Miller. It was kind of like their own, each individual thing, and I guess we were kind of seeing if we could get some common ground, get this like joint circle going, see if we can have a little group conversation. But it does feel like maybe the vibes are just registering in two radically different ways, but I'm going to make a third attempt to make this happen before I close out this portion of the reading and read these few cards I have on the table as a shadow message for shadow selves, as these Halloween Oracle is used for shadow work reading. So I'm going to shout out Mayfield and Miller real quick one more time if they want to finish this J with me and have a conversation of a lifetime, of a death time, whatever the fuck time. Right? Yeah, I think what I'm going to do and what I learned from this is that I'm going to make a song inspired by Kids by Mac Miller and Pusher Man by Curtis Mayfield. And it's going to be a dope fucking song. Probably a dope song. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm kidding, but it's going to be a good one. That maybe you don't need to do covers just to just be inspired. It's like normal to be inspired or to want to create something in lieu of someone, right? It's okay to have influences and not always be the influential one. And I think that's hard for someone like any of us, right? Isn't that like one thing that maybe we have in common? Maybe our Chiron is in the same place. Mine's in Leo, I think. And so is John Lennon's. I remember somebody telling me that. You know, sometimes when you are, like I was just, Mac was, 16 when he popped off. So he was a kid, you know, so that was inspiring for people where it was like, wow, he's only 16, he's so good. The youth of our generation, or like, if he can make it, I can make it. He's a normal kid, right? Single mom, worked nights, is what I'm hearing, and I don't know how much is true, but with all my heart, you know, he was just kind of, he always wants to rap whenever he comes out. That is one thing I remember from last winter, or the winter before, I think is when I talked to him. It's been a minute since Mac popped back up, but that's because he's been living in the infinite and just going along with it and trying things out that he never got to do in this life. It's been a very cool experience to even see it, you know. Sometimes, in order to cross bridges, you need to do things like cross genres, or pass joints, or have uncomfortable conversations, go beyond borders, go where you thought there were limits in order to make any kind of progress, because in some sense, if there's only the individual effort, it's so easily stopped that no grassroots can have a root cause without an entire garden on top of it. Thank you, Lucy Gribb. I'm a necromancer and you're a reaper, so I think this makes sense. Yeah. If there's the blood in Eden, then let the garden be of life. Remember that life begins after
the death sentence that you're currently in. And that is the over residing lesson from anyone who's seen both sides at once, because that is something unique to people who are suffering, right? Only those who dare to think of death at all can fathom what it might be like to be dead, right? People who walk the edge, people who are sick, terminal illness, people who do drugs, maybe trip, people who hallucinate because they haven't eaten, whatever it is. When you're in both worlds, you learn so much. And when you finally cross over, it's like you come prepared, you know? Some people just know. That's why a lot of people seem to have a sense right before they go, because they do. I mean, even with Mac, right? Mac, he released Swimming a week before he died. That fucking video came out like 3 days before his self-care. He's in the coffin. And it's like he knew he was there, but he had no idea that it was his time, despite clearly showing signs and like being ready and getting his affairs in order. He wrote a will when he was 25. And his mom was so sad, but he said, I have too many assets. You know, I have to do this because I can't have anybody try to take it from you. And he put a lot of it in his brother's name, a lot of it in his ex-girlfriend's name. I'm not going to speak on that in case we're talking about exactly who we could assume. Perhaps that's part of the why she ended up with the dog. You know what I mean? So he divvied it up really quick at 25 and then made no adjustments. And they suggested it to him 6 months later. They suggested, are you sure you want to make it? You know? And I was like, no. But that's when he knew. That's when he knew. It was like his record. Somebody like, it's like this, the teeth thing. If maybe somebody uses a toothpick, it doesn't matter. But the whole point is they suggested it. Like, are you sure you don't want to make any adjustments to your will? And they hadn't really seen it yet, but they just were making sure with him. And he said, no. But that's when he had this feeling. And that's when he started pouring it into the art and realizing what his words were saying and all these other things where he was making some spellbinding contracts. Maybe without realizing it, but also because, you know, he feels like, no, it was nobody's fault. People maybe had that sense about him. It was something to do with the drugs. It was a lot to do with the depression that comes with drugs. And, like, you know, I wasn't taking care of myself towards the end, not really showering or eating or doing anything, sleeping. Like, everybody saw it. They knew she left me. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Whatever. We get that. People get that sense about you. But I had spellbounded myself to it, you know. I could recept, it was like a reception of people's perception of me, and I saw that, so I put it into my music, and I saw things, and I, you know, made that video, or made that album, and made my feet show like Jesus, but like the Pisces, you know, the finish line, in a sense, right? And I wasn't sure what the next step would be, but I guess if I kept choosing the drugs, then I did kind of know where I was heading, right? In my heart of hearts, I wanted to deny that I knew that it was going to happen. It's like, not that anybody tried to warn me, but that life warned me, and I refused to listen. It was one bad batch. Nobody asked him to do it. Nobody asked him to do it. God. He says God told him to do it. I visited him in a dream. trying to prosecute him. I said, "Why'd you do it?" And he said, "God told him to." And I believe it. No one set him up. And I'm okay with it. You know? I'm okay with it. You have to just let these things go. I believe in God just as well. I had several warnings. So many people asked me. There was no setup, no bigger picture, just the Word of God. An accident, even? Still, the hand of God. Divinely orchestrated. Because I was becoming ineffective and I was at the end of my road. That's what happens if you start so early. You start at 16, then you are done by 26. You know, it's the same gym. Started at 18 and done by 27. It's what they did. It's what I did. It's not like I was in the club, but come on, I'm not rock and roll. I'm rap, right? I'm a rap god. Wow. So sometimes it's just the road you're on. There is no one at fault. That's what that demon card kept saying. Not one person is at fault here, ever. And sometimes you gotta take some, give some. Put it here, put it there. Spread it around or bury it down. But everybody's gotta agree that it's gotta go somewhere, right? Here, here. Curtis is pretty moved by that, Mac. You seem like an alright dude. Probably both needed to just have somber moments, but also to cross a bridge between youth, between worlds, between regions, religions, races, or music and genres. Okay. They needed this. We needed this. Perspectives. Old school, new school, but even the wave of Mac Miller, he was new age. He was new school. But ever since he passed away, music changed, didn't it? The genre. He became irrelevant immediately to them, the young kids. He was the youngest and then he would have become the elder. But instead there's just a gap. There's no one carrying that bridge. Because they got rid of him. Hmm. 33333. I think that was it on that. It's kind of sad. Because from both ends, they're like, man, if only I could have done more. And that's like what's really, I think that's the overall message is like, they had no idea what to do. I think they both resonate with what I'm saying now, okay? They had no idea what to do in the moment, in that position, in that sort of state of like, well, I just want to make music. I just want to be happy. I just want to share my message. And it's like, well, there's a fight to be fought, or there's compliance to be bought, or there's records to sell, or there's people to free, right? And it's like we walk a line of wanting both, right? We can want both or no. They're extreme equal opposites. It is the squids versus the machines, as they have always told me, right? That's what Halloween's for. But I am but a Klaus, right? In a world of whatever. This was an interesting night. The conversation was definitely a lot different than I was expecting. And, there might be something to pairing these people up because it seemed like They both opened up more, but they also ended on oop, gotta go, which is interesting because now it's on the internet anyway, right? Stream it. Don't know who the two are. So even if I were to theoretically delete it, what was that fear that they felt before they left was like, I guess, the fear of standing up being some kind of execution or ending, and that is, ultimately what we see happen throughout history even. And no one can really understand why anymore. Because where has it gotten us and what does it serve us? Why not have more honesty? But they're not sure. There's so many complicated layers to it that they want people to revolutionize, but themselves. Sometimes the focus is on the bigger picture. Sometimes the focus is on the maps and the macro, if you will, the economy or the environment. Sometimes all you gotta do is just focus on yourself. And it sounds so cliche, but if you really want the world you live in to be a better place, then all you have to do is great, be you, and make sure you stay sane and stay healthy and stay safe. And that you create a reality that you can live in. Okay? Intrusive thoughts can be a bitch sometimes, especially when doing these readings, but also checking myself, remember where my body's at. Okay. And knowing maybe I'm overdoing it if I start to get these dark thoughts that don't usually come when talking to people. So I should stop myself. It was a good run though. I think it was very beautiful. Thank you both for being here. Wow. Oh gosh. That was really cool and really wholesome. I don't even mind when nobody's here to kind of witness or do these things with me. It seems like nobody was even that interested in the replay of Tesla, so I imagine. Oh my god. Why? Is this like another. Okay. It seems really weird. Thanks, though. Is this like a bot or a troll? Who knows? That is forever the question, right? Yikes. Bot or troll? Stalker or ex? Who knows, man? Whatever the fuck that's about. Yeah. I'm just trying to like do tarot. You know what I mean? But thank you, honestly, universe, for the affirmation that it is just the PMDD that gives me the intrusive thoughts. Because otherwise things seem to be going really well, and I actually quite enjoy life. And trusting intrusive thoughts is failing to the challenge of life. And yes, just my PMDD. All right. Thank you so much. Okay. With that being said, I'm gonna run a quick ad and just because I just don't know. You know what I mean? Let me just take a second. Thank you so much. Thanks.
All right. So, Jason Gorgonzola, PMDD, how's it going, everyone who's not here, bots? Okay. Really good stuff, Twitch. No, I love it. I love it. I absolutely love it. I'm sorry if you've been monitoring my channel because I say things that sound really like violent or whatever, and then you have to watch it and you're like, oh, I get what she's saying. It's definitely out of context, but we're gonna have to flag her if she keeps using language like that. You understand? I apologize to waste everyone's time because I'm really quite sweet at the end of the day. Okay, so we are done with the channel messages at this point. I'm gonna read these few Halloween Oracle. I really want to do the angel cards, but I'm getting so tired, and it's funny because I know I've been taking really long breaks in between, but that's the difference between me being at my A game and me being at my B game, I guess, if you know what I mean. So hopefully we get to at least draw a few, but there's already so many Halloween Oracle on this table that I'm going to speed through. We've got Barn Brag, Sweetness and Synergy, so it's all about whatever's left over coming together, making it whole again, right? Ooh, I don't know if I'm gonna make it through these cards. I just might have to go. No, let's just do this. Trick or treat, mischief and play. Have fun with it. Okay, so I'm just suffering here. Just witnessing me suffering. Ghost, regret. Underneath it all, okay, I'm not explaining this very good because it's your shadow self and nobody wants to listen to their shadow side because they're like, oh, you're evil and I must hide you. And it's like, no, I'm showing you the bad parts of yourself. By hiding the shadow from the self, you're just being in denial that it exists at all rather than shielding yourself from some dark side of you. You're just like ignoring the fact that it is already a part of you and integrated into your ways of life in ways that you may not even realize. So, think twice. On one hand, you got the Barn Brag, Sweetness and Synergy. On the other hand, you got Trick or Treat, Mischief and Play. That's a lot of positive energy. It's very playful, which insinuates that there are other people playing with you, right? Playful energy, very much back and forth, bounce around. But in between, Ghost, regret is face down. So, like, you seem happy. It seems like you're doing great. It seems like it's what you wanted, but at the end of the day, there's some kind of regret that no matter who's around you, no matter how playful it gets, no matter how happy you seem, you are deeply regretting something at this point. Like you have some deep regrets about something. So deep that they're buried and they're not on the surface. And so to see that that card was Ghost is like, what haunts you? Retrograde's over. It's time to like speak up. There's no excuse left, you know. It's still like this day and age, at this age, who we are as people in evolutionary terms, if nothing else. Okay, so it's just that time in life to kind of get with it. The veil, the future. The future is now. The future is happening. The future is upon us. The future is it's being shown to us, and I think a lot of people are underestimating that, and some people are just so caught up in the consumption that it's like, what are you manifesting for the future? What's on your mind? What television are you consuming? Right? And why? You should be focused on something more beautiful, don't you think? Don't you want to live here? Don't you want to survive? Don't you want to thrive even? Don't you want to experience living? So start being a little more conscientious of that. We got Spider, community and networking, web weaving, not networking. Community and web weaving, which is a big networking card, where it's like, remember who you are, remember who you're connected to and why, and remember what you're doing here, remember all of it. Remember how far you've come even, but really it's kind of like remember who you know, because looking back you may have some regrets, but looking to the future you have safety nets. That's kind of interesting. Apple, risk and reward. If you don't take a bite, you don't know how it tastes. So
You can never know until you try. And scrying, intuition. Following your intuition at this time is a good idea, and that's not necessarily just 100% the case all the time. I was literally just differentiating between channeled messages and intrusive thoughts, so it's never perfect. It's never, an exact magic, just like it's never an exact science. Therefore, scrying, intuition coming up right now, and I'm saying trust your intuition, that's saying something. It's that type of season. That's what spooky season really is about, when the veil is thin. And because you can see the future, you can make better decisions in your present when you know the ultimate outcome. You can choose easier paths or smarter routes or better for you, quicker too, however you want to put it, where you can make better investments and better choices. Or you can see it and fear it, fuck it up, destroy it. There's so many paths you can take, so many routes to go down, that it's up to you ultimately, and of course the outcome could be altered somehow. It's just whether or not you believe in destiny or any such shit as that, right? So something's face down, blocking. There's something blocking these really magnificent cards here, okay? I don't I just do creepy shit like that when I'm on my period. I'm not even gonna lie. I become a very different kind of human. I just have to release the tension out of my body somehow, sometimes. That felt personal though, because there is a major blockage here. I feel like it's in the throat chakra, maybe the heart chakra. It's coming up. It's like blah, 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 blah. Everything's about to burst and bloom, but there's a major blockage right here that's blocking you from some really great stuff. We have ancestors, the love and legacy of our DNA. Why can't your ancestors get through to you? What's blocking your line? They should be direct to you. Okay? And then we have jack-o'-lantern protection. If you're blocking your ancestors, you're blocking your guardians. You're blocking your protectors. You're blocking the people who care about you and who are looking out for you, okay? And look, joy. Rejoicing in the present moment. What is keeping you from the present moment and truly enjoying it and celebrating it? What is blocking you from these things? The owl? No, dawn. The light after the darkness. Not quite through the darkness yet. What is the darkness? Not even sure. Maybe it's just a time of confusion. Maybe it's just a time of questioning. Maybe it's the time of your faith being tested, for sure. Where you're just like, man, how does this work? How do we play this out? What do we do? Like, who knows, right? We'll figure it out as we go. We may not be through the darkness, but we know that once the light comes, everything will return to us. Okay, so once this dawn embarks on our day is when these things return to us, maybe even tenfold, where you have twice as many ancestors and you feel even twice as much protection and 2 times the amount of joy that you ever did. Okay, so it's like that kind of energy of like, yes, 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 yes. Bottom of the deck, skull of stars, infinite possibilities. Anything can happen, Cool, cool, cool. How's it going? That was just like a little shadow reading. I think I'm going to move straight into my angel cards and do some mandalas before I go. I'm going to be calling it soon. Yeah, these are not coming out. So that was a really great reading. Please feel free to go back and rewatch the stream. We did a full demon reading in the very start. And then I would say like an hour-long block of the Halloween Oracle channel messages with Curtis Mayfield and Mark Miller. And then the shadow work reading that we just did. And now I'm going to move into the cosmic deck of initiation and do some angel messages with my mandala discs. So, winter, the sacredness of pausing, the lamp, remembrance. I am the necromancer, and I can talk to that person that's been on your mind. you want to book a personal reading, go to my website. I don't always say that for newcomers, but if you were just walking in and wondering, yes, that person that you've been thinking of, oops, wherever it went, and there they go. The future, mummy, change. Things are going to change, though. Here we are holding on for each other, barely holding on, barely each other, right? Things are going to change, and it's because eternal love is love is love is love, and it transcends physical death. There are connections and people in your life that maybe you can't shake, and there's things that you got on your mind that you don't want to be there, but it's all in divine time. It's all exactly perfect rhyme and reason, and for each season, for everything just to be. Okay? There's a reason for it, really. And on that, guard yourself. Eat more garlic if you have to. These energy vampires are real. I don't think they like gold either. Okay. Now, cosmic deck of initiation. An initiation at the bottom of the deck when I pull it out of the bag, and we love to see it. Okay. Giver of light. Amen. Because, I am Queen of Darkness and Mistress of the Divine, but at the same time, a giver of light and a total healer, right? We all work along the same God, whether we like it or not. Ultimately, it's, what's Grishma? Grishma. The neon space entity that resides at the core of all things, right? Crazy. What a beautiful sight. Miracle. Just a fucking miracle. That's what life is. And just knowing that, yes, we're being patient. Yes, we're maybe going through these last bits of tests to make sure for sure our cycles are broken, our triggers are handled, our behaviors are curbed, law of continuity, making sure it's consistent, making sure you're still going, making sure you know that it's a never-ending story, making sure that you never forget the layout of the farmer jack, and remembering that just because your jack's bleeding spleen doesn't mean that you and Tyler can't be a thing, right? Poetry, poetry, poetry. That's what we're learning. Poetry, poetry, poetry. Sower of seeds. Poetry, poetry, poetry. Universal freedom. Everyone is free to do what they want, whether we like it or not. What are the blockages before our law of continuity, miracle, and giver of light? If it was all this easy, if we were just able to do it, then what's the challenge? What's been the hang up? Why have we been so silly about it? Universal freedom, because we chose to be ignorant, because we chose to look the other way, because we chose a different path, because we chose a different timeline. Listen, it really doesn't always work that way. Universal healing. Sometimes the lesson is that there is no running, and I thought that we knew that, and we couldn't keep going from place to place to prove that. Okay? No more running. Played this one before. Virgo, universal truth. Law of attraction. And Trinity popped up but disappeared. It's all about what you do with those trinities that come to you. Just in the same way, how do you react to a black hole? How do you react to a trinity? Okay? A black hole is to take what you want to remove, then let it flow through you, knowing that it is taking the things you no longer need, and fear and doubt and everything, okay? But, when you see a trinity appear, all the creation, what you do want in life, but universal freedom is going to have us reminded that, trying to manifest reality for the greater good of man just includes people, and in the end, it's very hard to manifest something with people in it. We know that. We've always known that. We have a tendency to just do it anyways, think it anyways, and want it anyways. It's really hard in that way. And I get it. Of all people, I can get it. I remember so many beautiful park days. So many. I don't have the perfect flawless memory. Aries. Okay. My Mercury in Aries, my Venus in Aries. And Virgo again. Aries, Virgo, Aries, Virgo. I just remember a lot of things in great detail and places and such. How about we roll a commercial real quick? A little ad break. And I will come back and read these cards face down and hit the motherfucking hang. Wow, Jason is off the clock. Okay, see you later, Jace. Yeah, I'm about to be done anyway, so I'm gonna read these face down cards tomorrow. Love that idea. Let's just do it tomorrow. We are so sleepy. This will be first thing. I might even do that whole bullshit where I say I'm gonna wake up and do it in the morning. Yeah, I probably won't, but it's a cool concept. Yeah, let's roll out of here. I'm tired. Nobody gives a shit. Even fucking FBI agent Jason gave up on the stream tonight, okay? It's fucking Monday. It was Mayfield and Miller. Watch that shit. All right. I love y'all, and I'll see you tomorrow. We're going to roll out of here with an ad because why not? Thank you so much for making it out to the end, Gorgolon. I really appreciate you and your presence. I hope the readings really spoke to you and totally helped. All is well, and we will be okay. Good night, good luck, and hope you're comfortably sleeping somewhere with the sweetest dreams dancing before your brain. Mwah, mwah, mwah. I love you all so much. Thanks for tuning in, and hopefully I'll see you again later today, tomorrow, tonight, whenever you decide to come back. And I happen to be here. So, good night.